Honk on. Today we're doing Final Fantasy XIV and we're actually starting the MSQ for the new expansion. As well as doing a couple of relays to just get Pictomaster the rest of the way. Wouldn't it be funny if I was behind an MSQ? After saying that. Welcome back, Zulu. I've just had word from Erenville. Since he's managed to secure passage to Turel aboard a guild ship or vessel, why don't you wait in the main hall while I go inform your travel companions? I accidentally clicked. It should only take a moment. I hope the audio levels are okay in the cutscene. Like, in-game audio levels. Why is all of the why is not all of the MSQ voice acted? They should really do that. Ojeka gave us the good news. We've made ready to sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Erenville himself. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guildship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tural. There'll be other passengers, researchers and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. It's fine, Erenville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tural, yes? We've not forgotten. Nation of... I don't know how to say this. The nation of Thule... I'll get it eventually. The nation of Thuleolal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we will assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn's servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbours. By visiting Tural, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilzapard. We'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Kral? Yes, as far as I could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. I go wherever so adventure is to be found. That's what they tell me. Oh, I just realized the tone that she said that it was probably different. Like, more like, that's what they tell me. Probably. Thank you for the fallen fat. Thank you for the follow, Demon Tears. Right then, if we are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Here's the others have already left for the harbour. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Thank God this has voice acting in it now.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough, disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
Well, I hope they see the cutscene. It's not, is it? Is it?
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Kettenram did some 80 years past.
I'm not gonna
Bound
make
for
it.
the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me! Wokla Mat!
Why couldn't that have popped like a few minutes later? I feel like the cutscene's about to end. I'm gonna say it.
Smooth sailing so far?
They updated the graphics, but they still couldn't figure out how to make it look like water. It's like you're moving through water.
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own. Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Surely if I queue for it again, it won't pop while I'm in a cutscene, right? See you in Eorzea before, you great and famous hero. Gah, I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warborn have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Kittenran. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Tural, almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja's leader is said to have welcomed Kittenran with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as their token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back: potatoes, tomatoes and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. Tales say Kittenran returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who'll be sat in the next Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Wuklamat being one of them, of course. But from what a Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many king to risk their coin on the 3rd promise. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Uldar, specialty imports and exports. Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first time crossing the salt, as they say, Do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Makate, the Hetsaro, the Hrothgar, the how do I say that? Spral? Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offence. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tural. I have no idea how to say this guy's name. Fonzeltain? It's the name. I was working at Ishtam's Aesthetics in Uldar, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visit Charlotte, in hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliolal seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Are we gonna get like a 10-minute cutscene that the dungeon pops in the middle of, and I miss it again? Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Whiplamut and Erinville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Ah, the cutscene. I look forward to missing my dungeon pop again.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erinville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
X is an S sound?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
We're in the teeth of a nomads! Reef that sail for the last snaps!
Oh dear.
Only elders at watch! This wind's too strong to take any sail! Man falling off the mast! We need help! Get him below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Woklamat, too, threw herself
Oh my
into
god.
rescue efforts.
Really?
Though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural.
Gonna start talking it out though.
In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove
Yeah,
a
I give up on the
prelude
roulette.
to the coming contest for the throne.
I picked him out, so just gonna stay at 88 for a week, I guess.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
What? Why did he say seabirds like that?
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
This is also a banger of music.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihiola are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tuli-Yolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
I have no idea how to say that word.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tuli-Yolal.
She just pronounced it differently then? Like... something sounded different about how it was pronounced. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. Arrived in Tuli-Yolal. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with the swarthy sailor in Scholar's Harbour in Old Charlow. Right then, first things first. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were. So the third promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers? Uklamat, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick. No sir. As for my handpicked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. They did have a point. Uklamat is technically royalty here, Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean, technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then? Zalalu, you and Kral can come with me. I'll take the twins in. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Wuklamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbour. Yarnville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying carry up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Yoktural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stores in the neighbouring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Uklamat and Kral are now accompany you. Please keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area or speaking with them and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have your companions join you again, return and speak with them at the original location. While you're accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring the surroundings together. This is Bayside Devi, Tuliolo's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbour, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Alright, I should mention that in here Tuliolal, we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your guild. There's also Wachumiki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next we'll head back a bit, then northward up the stairs to a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the look on your faces. There is an ad starting soon, so... And I need to do some stuff like get some water and a little bit of food. So I'll be back probably in about 3 minutes, a little bit after the ad finishes. Okay, I'm back. So it's back a bit and up here. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites and Tulioli... Forgot how to say it. Tuliol. I think I told you before, but my brother Koana spent 3 years studying in Charlemagne. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once. Had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to... Shaktharel? That's what it's called, right? That's the correct pronunciation, isn't it? We'll make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Landsguard. Yeah, I never got to that thing I was gonna say. Was there not a shard back there? We go up here, don't we? The music when we arrived was much more of a banger. We have a lot of narrow winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wuklamut gets her endless endurance. I have to say, living in a... Oh god, thank you. I forgot to remove the text. Hey, Bremis. Like I was saying, living in a place like really hilly, or just not living, but like moving from a place that's flat to really hilly, it's not bad. But then like after a little bit, your legs are just like dying. Like actually dying. I went away for like half a week, I think, last year, about like almost exactly a year ago, I think, to a place that was really hilly, and it's like when I came back, my legs were like so painful. What did you do to your wrist, Bremis? You don't know. Wait, why? Oh, you didn't like fall or anything and like land on your hand or anything like that? Yeah. I don't know then. There's a lot of things that could be, like it could be just like doing the same action a lot of times, anything that causes like stress. There's a lot of things that can make your wrist hurt. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliyollal and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally, Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least, until 3 years ago, when Zoralja took over as the commander. The title is no empty honour. It means the first promise is considered equal to the man's to the Dawn servant and martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to. Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alizé should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Skygate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. Did I tune to that? I don't remember. Okay. Also, I need to check. I feel like I have some redeems on that shouldn't be. Okay, I don't. That's good. This is a voice cutscene. It's not. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yokhui. Strictly speaking, Taral is actually two separate continents. Yoktaral, the southern lands of the mother, and Shaktaral, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in the mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiac. But getting back to Shaktaral, those lands are also part of the Tuliyollal nation, correct? That's right, isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Taral had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa travelled the lands and put a stop to the myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Shaktaral requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any permits until the right of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. I wish we could go there right now. Okay, the text and the emote did not have the same energy. Be patient. I swear that once the throne is mine, that travel permit is yours. Yeah, they're hiding this shit from us, aren't they? He must have covered half the city by now. Tuliyollal is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too? Tuliyollal certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Ark of Dawn is on the other side, so please speak up if you see something that interests you as we talk. We'll collect the mud and crawl accompanying me. Blah blah blah. Same thing as before. Where are we going? Over there? I want a voice cutscene so I can ASMR eat and the mic and be obnoxious, right? Also, my hotbars are 100% subject to change because I have not played Astrologian in like entire expansions. It's probably been like, what are we, 2024? It's probably like 8 years or something, I want to say, since I played Astrologian. I'm struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yokhui temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Shaktaral to appease the gods who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yokhui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, practically sitting in the center of Taral. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliolai. Wow. Tuliolai. We climb these set of stairs here, all the way up. I'm gonna say, climbing stairs this steep is probably a lot easier than climbing slopes like roads this steep. Papa's palace is called, oh no, not more words, Volokshunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. It sure is a lot of stairs, though. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Yoktaral clans. Mamulja, Shparal, Palu Palu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tono Walta, Hitsaru and Shitona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in Shaktaral. I have no idea if I said any of those correctly, apart from like maybe one or two. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Taral. A true representation of Tuliolal's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's all so beautiful. I'm glad you've come to think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. But not after I attune. I mean, not until I attune. Wait, there's a thing on the way. ba, 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 ba. Huge drum. Ah, I see. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honouring the land's guard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think it was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Apparently, just sticks. Like I guess those are more like branches than sticks, aren't they? And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you only find balloons on Tuliyoal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was about 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Ark of Dawn awaits. Wait, we're not going this way anymore? No, we are. I'm getting the Aetherite shard. That is a long ass dock. Like, what the heck? Yo, they have tacos. I like how the taco place is a notable place as such. Tacos are serious business. This is it. The Ark of Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Dawntrail Landgate. But when Papa founded Tuliyoal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozuma Uka, the wetland south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozuma Uka, that name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? I didn't mention them. I saw them, and because I've seen so many screenshots of them, I just didn't mention them. Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome, four-legged fiends. That's a description. Fearsome? They seem quite placid to me. You'll soon learn. You'll learn soon enough, Kral. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. I want my voice cutscenes back. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliyollal, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Inspect the stone pillars, yes. And eat a little. What are those as blank? Pictures? Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a set of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed mamulja. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Gulul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliyollal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliyollal came to be. Study them as long as you like. A speller tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts a scene where Papa granted an audience to a foreign explorer, Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Ketenram? Ah, that's the one. Ketenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he travelled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is a story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kozamauka. The people Alfino almost mistook for Vanu Vanu, if not for the colourful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. This one recounts the lay of her past. As you can probably tell, the figure here is one of the I still don't know how to say this word. Shpral? Like me? For decades, the Shpral and Mamulja were at war for control of the forests of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliyollal. There is a clan of Froska and Bosja known as the Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens and the men serve as devoted subjects. Here in Tural, Shpral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. Let's see. This one is the layer pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozamauka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. I have no idea what a moblin is, or half the race's terms in this area. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Yes, but... Yep, ad, and I will eat a little during the ads. Then we get on to the second set. Also, what is the local word for Hrothgar's like? How is it said? Because my head sees like 3 consonants in a row. No. Yeah, it's XBR, isn't it? Or something. It's very confused. Okay, it's telling me ad's over. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Palu Palu, whose homeland is in Urokpacha. It's too many terms. I'm gonna mispronounce half of these, I'm pretty sure. Having created our currency, the Palu are rightfully known as a merchant clan. They oversee to Leolal's markets, and their travelling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They may be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. This one is my favourite. The Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral Valgamanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to... Where's the English word, the one that screws over my brain the most? Preternatural power. Valigamanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and seal it away in the Urokpacha Mountains. I'm saying that completely wrong, aren't I? Like, my brain's mixing up two things. It's... something. Urquapacha? I think it's something like that. Despite its reputation, however, Valigamanda is also a symbol of power. That's why we see its likeness on Tuliolal's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. The layer proof. That big fellow is of the Yokhui, one of the largest of Tyrell's people. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish the dominion accompanying all of Yok'Tyrell. Having brought the southern reaches to their heel, and then turned northwards, setting their sights on Yok'Tyrell. You recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate? Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of... Okay, let me try this again, but letters in the right order. Urquapacha? I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. There was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Tyrelli history? Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliolal's history, whatever that may be. Had your fill of history then? Yes, thank you. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. Does that mean it's taco time? So let's go and have ourselves a bite of the local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. That's why it's an important place, isn't it? It's the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. I need to attune. At some point in time we're going there, I can tell that. Wait, it isn't the taco place? Oh. Well, I have no idea how to say that either, so, yeah. That is words in it. That look like aliens speak. I'll attune to this one too, and I think we just have the taco one and the palace left to attune to. Yeah. Oops, I didn't click on it. I clicked on my minion instead. It is tacos. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliolal classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops still sell them, but I like how they're made here at Spalgyavtje, the best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with Old Brook Evu. All these names of things are gonna kill me.
Brook Evo!
We have voice acting.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Wait a second.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh! Oh!
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh! No.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor!
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic.
Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliolal cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the resplendent quarter or even the eastern side of Talamarch if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city is laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Valokshunsa. My poor empty belly. Oh, I don't have a thing there. You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roast of cauldron. But the contest won't wait for us forever. Upon speaking to Erenville, several cutscenes were planned sequence to recommend you set aside for sufficient time to view all these scenes in their entirety. Sure. Why is this not voiced? I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly coeurls. I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. We're gonna have voice acting now, please. What's he doing here?
Estinian? When did he get here?
Voice acting, yes!
More to the point, why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sun Perch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawn Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies.
Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their mettle, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona.
He's a cat boy? Oh my god.
The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away, and it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young, and so I look to the always for inspiration. The right of succession, the means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest, but the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Ah, though it seems the One Head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shok Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyobo. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same, but in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakuljaj as successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Kryl Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I've made my decision, and I mean to see it through.
Is that so? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come!
It's Seralja!
Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Serelja.
Take heart, tiller of the soil. The Resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Seralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Serelja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Seralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Seralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Uklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Seralja, the warmonger.
Kyle, are you all right?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Seralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me. Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Yes, it's time for next stage. Then we finish the cutscene after. Okay.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlia. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants. Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your fealty. Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. A pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament. and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth? I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa's not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but the others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliolal saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go take a look. It's probably the fastest way. That makes everyone. Proclamat the tablets, if you would. Of course. Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So we've established the scenes are the same. Where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tural's people, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tuliolal saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanuhanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of God. That one involved the Palu Palu village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured this city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Yoktaral several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. And she's off. It would be prudent to ensure we are prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. That's right. The reservation is under Wuklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organising your gear, you can meet us outside Spalatier. I don't know how that place is said still. Greetings, visitors to Tuliolal, and welcome to Horde Cabins. Whenever you are ready, I will show you to your rooms. We're going there, okay. With a place that I cannot pronounce. A place with many letters that don't make much sense to my brain, unfortunately. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Zalalu. But where are Aaronville and Muklamat, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. And who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honoured that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently. So I bought these for you too. Oh yeah, it's going to be the link shells, isn't it? Or link pearls, right? Yeah. It's just called a link pearl. A gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. The Tuliolal saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Palu Palu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I bought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okhanu, is located in Kozama Uka. The other smaller fellow is one of the Palu, a clan of business-minded folk from Okopacha. They appear in the Lay of God and craft all kinds of marvellous goods in Wachinpelo, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurous instinct of yours to work for us, Zelu? Zelu? Pick your destination. Upon completing the quest, the main scenario will branch into two quest paths. Accepting the quest from the Helpful Hanu will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the approachable Palu, and vice versa. The second quest path will become available from the respective NPC, once you have completed the series of quests from the first path. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected by your initial choice of path. Speak with the NPC you prefer and embark on the trail for the rite of succession. Hello. The quest to Kozama Uka will become available once you have completed this quest series, beginning with the approachable Palu. To Urkopacha. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkopacha, we depart from the Arc of Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, friend Hanu. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Spailyatche. It's all been arranged. How am I meant to say that? How am I meant to say that? May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca? These animals can travel Urkopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yoktaral. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding other pack beasts in a place which ill suits its qualities, and where it's not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me and it was the foulest stench you could imagine. I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then? So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Palu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Palu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I am still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Ercopacha, then that's what we'll do.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urcopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urcopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
This place sort of has, like, I guess some vibes, like the climate's completely different, but to some vibes to where I grew up. Like, everywhere was mountains.
Oh, do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wook Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Oh no, they have the funny sounds in their name and their language, don't they?
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urcopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise.
You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants. Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watchun Pelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there.
This is it. Watching Pelo. Home of the Pelu. Well, Klamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all this way for the right of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant? Please, the outcome is far from desired. But it is a possibility. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adorning people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Erinville, when did you... I'm Shitona, from far off... Shintona, from far off Shaktaral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I can't imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No thank you, I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment. And neither is the third promise, perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Buklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insights to the minds of the Pelu. Let's all take Erinville's words of caution to heart. Okay, it's time for no break. I need to do some things. I'll probably be about 5 minutes. And let's see if I can remember to get rid of the text when I come back. Okay, I'm back. And hello... Wait, what? Okay. Hello, Kazuname. Sleeping? I didn't pay attention to what expression I was showing before I sat back down. The ears are alive. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Krile, Alize and I will speak with the merchants. Uklamat, you and Erenville might try approaching travellers and passers-by. Zalulu, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Funny faces. I have a pattern behind me. Sometimes it picks up faces in it and matches like when I'm not here. Other times it's just like completely still. The Dawn Servant Selector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me, I don't care who sits on the throne, so long as they keep Tural peaceful. People tend to not be in the mood to relax and sip out excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Alright, yes. You're asking about that Elector business. But, being but freshly returned from our trading route, I hear that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. So, speaking of which, I intentionally did not do MSQ for a few days. For the reason that I figured there'd be a chunk of people who didn't start it until like the weekend. And then so I didn't do it until starting this week, but then 2 days ago I didn't stream, and yesterday I streamed CK3. Also, I forgot to ask. I also forgot to check this before. Is the campaign mount like enabled for this? I don't know if it's. I haven't looked. I don't know if it's like opt-in or like opt-out. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. You're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Soraljar. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers, in the thousands column potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Soraljar or his policies. I also don't know if I get the reward for streaming. It's like 6 hours total or something, right? So I'll probably find out tomorrow if I do. Hello there, I'm Marblu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know any about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. And that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tolby, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tolby noticing. He notices everything that happens on this ranch. Yeah, the event's like a month long, right? But I'm running into the same problem that you're running into. For like a week or something, I'm not going to be able to watch anyone. Unless they're just doing like old MSQ or whatever. Unless... Let me look at this real quick. If I open Twitch, open my channel. Oh, rewards enabled on channel. Watch to earn rewards. Okay. I just have my channel open in the background and I get rewards, I guess. Does it tell me... Oh. So there's 3 different rewards, 1, 2, and 3 hours. I don't have any of the rewards, so just streaming doesn't count. I have to be watching. It's okay, I'm watching myself muted for rewards. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tolby is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. I also wonder if it counts as giving myself a view. Hi, Clyde. I assume you have... Actually, I don't remember if I saw you earlier when I looked at the chat list. Viewer list, whatever. Okay, I don't know how to make a shiver sound. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here in somewhere. I thought you'd been lurking. I can't let fear deter me. Not that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tolby? Tolby? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tolby often mentions his favourite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. Though, who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game? Easy enough. All I have to do is offer a Tolby a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tolby. let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Thank God it's her purse. Great. We can meet back here to share our impressions. No! No, it's a tail! 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 Huh? Well, obviously I'm not Tolby. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. I forgot! Oh my god, I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. Ah! I need like... When I sit down, I need like a button on my seat that like makes beeping in my ears or something to remind me. A visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. You think I might be Tolby? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that, in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tolby? Yes, yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession, then? That alpaca just spat, didn't it? I see we're both done with our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. Which one was which? A boastful range hand? I don't know. That loud, boastful fellow? I suppose he could be Tolby. Only one way to find out. Nothing would make me happier than knowing your identity, so how about we make a deal and you tell me the truth? I have money. What kind of opening is that? I have money. Then I agree to your trade. Done and done. As for my part of the bargain, I am not Tolby, not the head ledger, and not the head rancher, just a humble ranch hand. You're not him? Damn it, Zalulu, I trusted you. That coin could have bought me 300 gourmet tacos. I don't know how much a gourmet taco is for her, but that's a lot of money here. No, I can't let this taco tragedy distract me from what matters most. We need to determine which one is Tolby. I think tacos here are like $8 or something. It's actually ridiculous. It's a nonchalant one, isn't it? Yeah, it's something like that. It's like delivered. Let me actually check what the conversion rate's like. Yeah, about $8. But then you can get like the deal where you get like 3 tacos for like 15 or something. 15? Maybe like more like 18. I don't remember. It's like, I don't know, actually. I think it's like 20 something like local currency. What would that be at most? Oops. Okay, at most that would be like $18. He seemed unconvincing to me. But if that's your choice, then that's who we'll talk to. Yeah, like, you can buy a large kebab for like the same price as 3 tacos. Hi, Bipsy. Were you here in chat earlier? Were you just lurking? I think you're just lurking. Well, according to the viewer list or whatever you were, the chat list, more accurately. Tolby, I offer you a deal. The truth of who you are in exchange for a tidy sum. What do you say? So like here, let's say like after midnight, maybe not after midnight, maybe a bit later, like around about 2 AM, like half the places that you can get food delivered from are kebab places. And then there's also some burger places, like 1 or 2 Chinese places. Some days of the week there's a Mexican. Oh yeah, also Indian places. Maybe like a quarter Indian. I say, hand over the coin. The truth is, I'm not even a ranch hand. I just love to come by and watch the alpacas. What? You don't even work here? I knew I should have gone with my gut on this one. But now's not the time to mourn wasted coin. We need to regroup and rethink this. Is it a where's the last one, or am I just bad at this? Intelligent raging. My last guess. The work is so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off of our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tolby, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. I wonder how much she was giving. An offer I gladly accept. As you have guessed correctly, I am indeed Tolby, head ledger of Wachin Palo, and head rancher of the family range. I am also one of Gulul Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! And a place featured in the I forgot how to say it. Tuliyolal saga. Just as we thought. Although it took more coin than I would have liked to know for certain. She found you out fair and square, Tolby. I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here. So let's pretend that's a 7th of the MSQ done.
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
No way that's a 7th. We're like not even level 91 yet.
Right. Not hard at all.
Said that weirdly.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
Did he say Tolby?
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
You're Tobli.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed.
He has some special steering powers.
With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Oh no.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
I don't know what I should expect.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal?
Oh no.
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah!
I knew that was
Monster
coming.
spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable
Was
pack
tiny man like
prized by our
Toby?
traveling merchants.
Tobley? Tobley? I swear there's an extra
That's all well
L in
and
his
good,
name.
but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell.
Oh, there's an ad. I forgot to look at the timer. We'll wait here for 2 minutes. I already checked the... campaign for the staff. Tacos. Tacos! Right, yeah. I'll look on my phone. The price of tacos. Tacos. So the place won't be open now. That means I have to search. Let's see how wrong I was about the price of the tacos. Where's tacos? Tacos. Okay, the cheapest, and maybe I was a bit wrong with the price of tacos. The cheapest taco is 520. The most expensive taco is about $7. And where's the combo? The combo for 3 tacos is $17. So yeah, that's $5.20 to $7 for a taco, $17 for 3 tacos.
And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
Is there like a
So I'm to
dungeon
chase
entrance in
down
the
a
background?
fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamart? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. As Orclamart helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we're a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you have to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pal in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pal? I don't have that kind of coin. Uh-oh. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in... No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. It's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? It's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Alphino's 1 million gil. It's a good thing she doesn't need 1 million gil from me. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I just... Gah, I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I add them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wuklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about you getting that saddle then, third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Is it Mablu or is it Mablu? I feel like it's Mablu. I mean, Mablu. It probably sounds roughly the same anyway. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. I just default to Mablu, I think. Gladly. Although, Zalulu, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars all over the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. The alpaca's getting closer. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you have nothing to bargain with. As if I do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Zalulu anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Wait, do all their names end in like Lee and Lou and stuff? Yeah, Ravlu? Vapli? Yavli? I didn't attune to the thing yet. Leblu? Surely it's like Leblu, Rutlu, Suvli, stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure it's Mablu then. Not that it's like super difference between the like telling the difference between Mablu and Mablu. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how much will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at the day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. I suppose well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say Third Promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who'll see my business prosper. Zoral Jar will go to war and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. I can't believe Mablu made us have to pay more. Can't say I'm to blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring in more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Palu pray for your victory, Wuklamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise's plans for the conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. And what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when Yokhui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well, then I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade, or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tuliolaya on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool, is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. He already has a ton of alpaca wool. Of course, the weaver. Bol Nok was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. I did a tune right, yeah. I did remember to, after I checked. This is the spot. After Bull Nock talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Kavlo. He's probably going to a Kavlo's Inn. Most visitors to Winchampello end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Yeah, I thought he was actually going that way. Oh no, he came this way to talk to us and went off that way, didn't he? Damn, look at that. Look at those guys. It's Volnock. Can I have that basket, Zelulu? Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Volnock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? Conversation goes on. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal? Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Toral is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer the one pledged to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. It's very generous, Bulnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Zalulu remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. It's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading. One which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now, let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Zululu. I'm getting my own name wrong now, what the heck? Here, Zalulu. You take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erinville would never let me hear the end of it. Zululu. All set? Our next deal is waiting to be found. Excellent trade. 100 pel to 500 pel. Out of 10,000, right? Levering connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? Well, that's the obvious, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We'll find the demand for our supply. So, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travellers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Lansguards or sellswords. Mamulja, who soldier for a living, prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So, even if they have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Yes, yes. Find a potential customer. This guy's wearing a poncho. This guy's wearing something. Oh, is that? No, that guy's not. This guy is. That's a Lansguard. Probably dropped in by the inn to take a break between patrols. Wait, he's not wearing something. It's just like the top of his shield, I think. Is this guy? This guy looks like a soldier. Is this guy? Let's see. No cloak or no coat or cloak, but also no weapon? Oh, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about that bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here, and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tulioli, and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Palu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now, look at me. Well, sir, today is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part for it if you'd like to make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. This blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh ho, from 500 to 1,000? We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Palu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter. I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Conveniently you told me where to go. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? Excellent trade. 500 pel to 1,000 pel. Success. You traded a 500 pel wool poncho for a 1,000 pel hatchet. I feel like if I read too much, I'm going to start turning into a robot. Oh, she's out the front, I think. Mablu. Well done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you have a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Palu would never have become travelling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tyrol? I swear, that mountain is too tall to be real. Yeah. Wars Arizona, wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yokhoi. I don't know. So, Mablu, you said you were learning about peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. I can help you buy the taming saddle, though. Then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you best be ready to... What's it say? You best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. They are. They look so cuddly. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ekulvo's Inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. And perhaps you understand, I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet, here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wuklamut's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favourable deal. That's Miplu over there herself. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and we'll get to bargaining. You have that little X for me? Thanks. Now to see what I can get for it. Is it going to be like the thing required to make the alcohol? You're Miplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable. I suppose I should offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here would put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offence, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. Its innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you, I have nothing but respect for Wicklamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spear hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Koana's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labour to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Zalulu and I have mate together. Is it mate or mate? Oh no, I'm helping too. After the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves, I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Oh, another ad break. That was actually rather good timing, I guess. Is there only one? There's another aetheryte down there, but that's going to be like level, I don't know. Probably like level 97 or something like that. Give or take. Actually, wait. There's 93 fates down there. I guess that's going to be like 93 area. Let's spam all the cards on myself. I look fancy. I can't spam that one on myself. Whoa, buffs! Whereas... Alright, these are heals. Do these stack? Yeah, they do. Whoa, buffs, buffs, buffs. It's not a buff, is it? Buff, 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 buff. Big buff bar. Oh, I didn't put the star down. I don't think I can Sinistry myself. I could have light speeded. Yeah. Anyway. Off to collect mate. Now that the ad is apparently over. And then there's going to be a voice cutscene which makes me know that it's not actually called mate. I was mispronouncing it the whole time. I am waiting for that, the cutscene that's like, yeah, that's not actually pronounced mate. But until proven otherwise, it's called mate. Yeah, you know, this place here, I had to ask someone. But then I still don't know if, like, what they told me works in my brain and accent. They said, what did they say? They said, Shibalyavte. Wait. God, that's almost a swear in Korean. An acceptable harvest. We'll now see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. the swear or the pronunciation of those letters? Yeah. Yeah. Fun fact, for a while, that's actually how I thought the swear was pronounced. For like, I don't know, maybe like a week or two. But not pronounced, but like written. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now, it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I'm prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate, bought at the shop, 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than £5 in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Mablu? What's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tolby's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobley to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace, and becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobley held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to £10,000? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I'll make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're going against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Koana and Zoralja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wuklamart of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Excellent trade. 1,000 pel to 5,000 pel. Success. You traded a 1,000 pel hatchet for a 5,000 pel sack of top grade mate leaves. I'm curious if we ever hear the pronunciation of mate at any point. Yes, I've received the reward for one of the things. This is working. I'm getting things from watching myself. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Yeah, you walk back, right? Me? Me do this. Imagine having to walk back. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his products, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need some targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Zalulu, perhaps Wuklamart could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. There's not much I can say about Golby, but I can tell you what Golby's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around agave drawers. It's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue. But it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. Gobley might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumour has it he's being invited to the palace for some business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire though, he'll just be laughed out of some perch. Me? A chef from Tulioli? Lol. Tuliolal. I often come here to buy Gobley's mezcal, the finest in Toral, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small steps, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have lesser potent refreshments during such conversations. Else I might have to seriously reconsider our rearrangement. I don't know, like, these plants here look really familiar. Like, the overall shape's wrong, but we had plants where I grew up that looked like this. Like, the leaves and stuff were the same kind. But they were like a lot flatter. Oh, we can make use of all the tidbits. The deal is good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wuklam up. Actually, it's probably more like this plant. You have business with me, madam? Why don't we talk down below so as to not distract the alpaca from his work? I have some food here that I haven't eaten. That can be consumed during the next ad break. Now, what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice. I must warn you though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pal, but we do offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? The monsters in the fields. Let's hold on to that one. We need to consider our timing. The chef's distaste for strong drink. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but I did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavour to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal hereafter. Should we offer to cull the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. Let's keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. A big, cheesy grin. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumoured invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honour and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal should speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared. And first impressions last. You'll be wanting to wear your very best when you walk into Volokshunsha. It would be a shame to miss this chance for a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would... Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolal. As a supporter of Wuklamat and the keen observer of palace's politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in a selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, were there monsters running amok in a garbage yours? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Zelulu and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnok. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachinpelo. Be safe. Can I go this way? I guess so. Up here? Yeah, it looks like it. There should be a garbage yours, just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests. Oh no. I'm gonna be spending a long time doing this. Comparatively to DPS. Oh, I guess I draw my cards. And just spam them all on myself. I should probably also... No, it's not worth it to light speed on if I'm like also doing cards, I guess. Well, it's not worth it to light speed this late. Have anything else that does damage other than those first three skills, right? Does that do damage? It does do damage. I think that's the only one that does damage. Compared to the puppets I hunted with... Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's get back to the distillery. That's... all that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Oh, it's a fade over there. I was like, what's that? Just a fade. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could have the sack of leaves... Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem is being resolved, Master Gobbly. Here are the mate leaves, and a written introduction to Bolnock is agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Excellent trade! Success! You traded a 5,000 pel sack of top grade mate leaves for a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal. Wukulamat is ready to return to Havli. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, Saddler. We've brought you your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zerolja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, Third Promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think it all started with only 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we were waiting for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Feat accomplished. Success. You traded a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for a taming saddle. You've acquired the saddle then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off and catch an alpaca though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know, this is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods, I did it! He hardly seems bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wuklamat's touch. This is because of that singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only noticing that? Zoralja, he's back. Holy, that's shiny. Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's bought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence in the deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuklamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature, these are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolal all those years ago. Instead of the younger generation of this village, since birth they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war as not tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much needed lessons in the realities of conquest, and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery brings a longing for peace. But I've seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Gallian Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts, only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gululjaja did not elevate Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuluyolal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done. Well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. It's like we're not even family. I'll ponder Zoraljar and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the Feat of Gold. I have my saddle, and I practice how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orunkana is northwest of here. Come on everyone, even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamat off on her run. Okay, I'm gonna go to destination. And then it is probably time for the next ad break. Especially if we get ambushed on the way and can't actually, like, not on the way, but like, at the thing and have to kill stuff first. You know, yeah. Yeah. We'll do the ad now. I do think that good amount of progress. Damn it. I think a good amount of progress would be if I can do like one thing every day. Like, not only is it like I get all 7 things in a week and then I hopefully just have like 2 days or so left. I don't exactly I'm not exactly sure how much it would be after that, but yeah, something like that. Anyway, I must grab the food. Okay. I can do this. I know I can. I have to cheer, I forgot. Alright. They added this new function where there is an emote that you can click in the quest list.
Thanks.
Hiko voice.
I'll need it.
It's like a jump scare.
Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
How long does
Trust
it
a
take
gleaner to come
one
prepared for anything.
furry girl to catch a very fluffy creature?
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the rite of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it.
It took her like a whole day?
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to her safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. It's just normal dye by the looks of it. Well, Clamut seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the nice night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away of fatigue like magic though? Make tea! I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mublu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. About that. That's shiny. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Well, Clamut can't be that far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas, what grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Jar did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They're elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Though only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulul Jar Jar himself. Appa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokhui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came young Gulul Jaja, unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yokhui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come, yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of Métis we offered him, and grew sombre when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Palu Palu from the Yokhui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our raiders and proposed we take to the road to peddle for our beverages. Peddle our beverages. Oops. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who travelled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Palu Palu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. That feat required no more than that, third promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish this feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Palu Palu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. So this is what they look like. Go on, set it in the tablet. A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more. You're well on your way, third promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I've learned so much about the Palu people and your customs. Might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful for you as well, Luklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobley, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you have found your calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobley. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, third promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yokoi. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and the Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were overlords of Yoktoral and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu were commanded to search for such a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokoi have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Kryl, I have a question I've been meaning to ask. And since we're finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces of it became fashionable in Yoktoral around 20 years ago. Since then it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it came to be crafted, I could try find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into peddler business. Aima Blue? Right then, let's head back to Tuliolal and get ready to search for the next elector. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn's servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even bought a golden alpaca to heal. Which I've heard Zoraljar's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wicklamutt. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Bablu. You might be right. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoraljar and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, but gods know you're being so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Shibalia there with us. The contest has hardly begun. I can't think about that without hearing it now. Seeing that in the name has ruined it for me. Wait, what's this one called? Oh, the marketplace. just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep moving and march on towards Kozama Uka. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well, but before we do anything, however, we should say what your patient Hanu friend has to say. Okay. I'm going to end there, and should be tomorrow I will get the next one. I might also do like a bit more than that, but it should be raid. I don't know what games any of these people are playing. We're like OSRs. I wanna rate someone who's got a little bit less viewers than that. Yeah. I'll be doing the helpful Hanu stuff tomorrow, and maybe a bit more. Like, I might also go and do the dungeon. It's Momomo going to be doing. Yep, I'll raid into Momomo. So yes. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Tomorrow we're going to Helpful Hanu's quest line. Maybe go further, either to unlock or to do the first dungeon. What else? I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for the rest of the week. I'll probably spend one of those days on CK3. Might spend another one on the Soviet city builder game. But yeah, we'll see. Anyway, bye bye. Oh, I forgot to click the button to start it. I usually click the button and say all that stuff. Bye bye.